Hello, card. You were second, Blade, by like a second. Sorry. I can't lie to you, though. You're a failure. Paper Knight, thank you for the 72 months. It's okay. We're all failures at heart. You were like fourth, Mendez, if you count the sub. At least you weren't that big of a failure, Blade. Could have been Mendez. Why didn't anyone tell me I could have 12 wrenches on this character? I think I got distracted by 12 tasers. At least one of them's dead, Mendez. It's a pretty early piggy bank. I wish I was strong enough to ride on it. Maybe I am. I think he's probably rotten by now. It's a little late for Weekend at Bernie's. You gotta do that fresh. Actually, I think he died in the movie. Never mind. I think you're safe to go on without Patches O'Houlihan. Strong name, though. Spoiler alert, sorry. Didn't mean for those deep dodgeball spoilers. I'm sure it made profit. How could it not? It was wildly successful when it came out, I'm sure. That was like end of an era, I think, for dumb comedy. Or maybe I just don't pay attention, but I feel like I haven't seen much in the way of that dumb comedy. I think there's like a 7-year lull or something that happens every so often. Like we had the whole American Pie road trip era comedy, and that died out for a while, and then we got the like Will Ferrell streak of comedy, then now that's died out. What's the last big comedy? I'm trying to think. The stupid fucking end of the world one that was like the least original piece of... Oh. I wasn't gonna say piece of shit, but that's all I can think of right now because I'm dodging. Piece of shit. It's the end, yeah. Like, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with the movie, but I just feel like my 9-year-old could have wrote it with the state of the world, you know? Not a super difficult movie to write. Oh my god. Andor is great though. I just wish it was about something I cared about. It is like the most adult written Star Wars content ever created, which I appreciate and I hope to see more of, but I just could give a fuck less about yeah, I'm gonna do 12 wrenches. I'm excited about it. Zoning with the 65 months. I do like that it's something not Jedi related, actually. I'm glad. It'll probably end up there, but at the moment, it's not. God, how many of those fucking shows are going on right now? Star Wars shows. How many of them are getting more? I don't even know. You got Boba Fett, Mandalorian. Is Obi-Wan its own show? I can't remember. It was its own miniseries and is over. Okay. Did that series accomplish anything? Oh, it explained why Leia was said, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." That was it. It's a pretty funny miniseries. Like, legit, the whole purpose of that miniseries is to explain why Leia knew to contact Obi-Wan. Ewan McGregor kicks dogs, dude. Like, guaranteed. In his free time, that man kicks puppies. He can't truly be as kind as he looks. I don't believe it. I ain't buying it. It's a ruse. I really don't remember Obi-Wan at all, so I must not have quite the same feelings. I feel like this show just felt like one long, obnoxious escort quest. Maybe that's why I deleted it from my memory. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He's just a good guy. I don't believe it. I believe at this point I give up that any celebrity is a good guy. I read today Bill Murray's got rape accusations and hung a 9-year-old Seth Green over a trash can and told him that's where the trash belongs. So, like, I just give up. If Bill Murray's not a decent person, nobody is. What about Tom Hanks? Probably kicks puppies. Keanu Reeves? I still believe Keanu Reeves is too dumb to really be bad. That's fair. I'll give you that one. Honestly, with the Bill Murray one, though, like, I kind of want to hang adult Seth Green over a trash can and tell him it's where the trash belongs. Not 9-year-old, though. That would be fucked up. Excuse me? Did my game... Oh, wait, I have 12 weapons. No, my game didn't break. Should have at least bought the one that made the most sense, but oh well. Doesn't appear the audio can handle handle half of what I'm gonna do to it. I guess. I started watching Lord of the Rings tonight, the Prime show. I would rate it it's as sleepy as fucking Lord of the Rings. They certainly captured the fucking 2 hours of boredom for 30 seconds of WoW. At least at the episode I'm on. Down, 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 down. I'm impressed with the world and stuff, though. I thought they'd, like, be lazy with it, but seems like they put some good effort into it. They spent 700 million on it? Wow. Impressive. No wonder I need to run more ads on my channel. Ranger thing with the 29 months. It's funny, I've seen a lot of people on my Twitter talking to show up, but it seems like chat has a very different opinion. There is a last wave, yeah. Did I watch the Hobbit movies? I attempted to once, but they're mind-numbingly for chill. The Hobbit movies are the first 3 Star Wars movies. In my opinion. For children. What opinion? New Lord of the Rings show on Prime. It's not that new anymore, but I think episodes are still coming out. I don't know. Wasn't any hockey on tonight, so I started that. Thought maybe Alice would get a kick out of the fantasy stuff. She did. Guess I'll die. God, the audio is so borked. I lived. Alice's school has this little like store where if they're good they earn tickets and they can spend them at this little store. And she came home the other day and was all excited. Look, Dad, what I got at the store. And it was an Umbrella Academy sticker. And I was like, this is an elementary school. Do they realize what the rating is on Umbrella Academy? Oop, ran into that. This character is allowed to have 12 weapons. That's what he does. It's got Academy in the name. It must be good. Umbrella is a young teens thing, right? No, no. Like, not... Maybe. The rating isn't. It's, like... wildly gory. And sexual and... I liked Umbrella Academy at first. It's definitely fallen off, but still an okay watch. It's also very funny because my daughter grew up watching that kid in a Disney show. So watching him be like a cold-blooded assassin is, with my daughter is funny. It's the show's like a big, just anti-hero thing. It's decent. I like can watch a lot of mediocre TV though. Some people need that high quality, highbrow entertainment. I don't. Just distract me from life for a moment, would you? Teen Choice Awards? Yeah, I wouldn't say young teen, though. I think wasn't the word young teen used? It definitely could see it being teen okay. I mean, teenagers are probably watching the Dahmer series, too. Perfect show? It's slow, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna... I'll probably see it through just because I have very little life. And my kid likes to, like, play games with her friends and stuff, but so I still have to be present, but not, you know what I mean? So that's when I get in my TV time. I should probably be doing like dishes or laundry or something, but TV's way more fun than laundry. So far there's just not a character in whatever that show is called, Lord of the Rings TV, that has me very excited to watch. The little Hobbit girl's fun, I guess. The rest of the characters are very snooze. There's no way I live with this, but I took it already. You have no idea what you're doing with yourself all the time. It's true, Derek. Like, you gotta be present, but not. And I think it's good for kids to have independence, you know? Like, I remember when my daughter, yeah, about 3, started, like, playing with dolls and stuff on her own and didn't want me to come fucking sit down there and drive her crazy. Like, sometimes she did, but there were times where she just wanted, you know, to play without interference. So you gotta find ways to be available and... I also don't let my daughter do, like, voice or video calls with her friends if I'm not, like, within listening distance yet. She's too young for that, I feel. Too easy to get in trouble. Independence, I know. She doesn't have school tomorrow, so I can't stream very long tonight. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I gotta figure out something to do with her tomorrow. It's like our first day in months that she's been here and didn't have to get up for school. It's fucking cold and gross and rainy out though. No school, yeah, I don't know why. Some shit. She doesn't like fishing. I'm not gonna make her spend her day off fishing. Problem with winter is it takes too long to make good ice for fishing. Oh yeah, maybe we do go get us some pumpkins. Smart. Smart thinking. Old Gene the Pumpkin Man. Missed a lot of trees there. Upset about that. Yeah, I doubt every school is off tomorrow, so it might be a great time to go do like a pumpkin or a donuts and cider. Classic Donuts and cider. I think we might be a tiny bit late for donuts and cider. I don't know. Mom gets Halloween this year, so Dad's kind of just been sleeping on it. Not really thinking about it. Fucking stupid goddamn tree. Oh, we have enough paint to paint 1,000,000 pumpkins. Second bonus stream, yeah. I didn't feel... I was gonna change the title, and then I didn't feel like trying to come up with something creative. So I just left it alone. So you gotta pay another $4.99? Yeah, you do. Chat just suggests I take Alice to get a pumpkin tomorrow. Those things are like $8 now. You're on the hook. Everyone else already paid, Rob. It's just you. I'm just waiting on you. Hardcore. Thank you. Oh, very much for the $20. That'll cover you for both bonus streams and 2 future bonus streams. You can do math. I don't know why I'm doing math for you. You felt like you needed help. Tree. Sure. Sure. I really have too much faith in these weapons to do damage. They just don't. Why is your Twitch constantly buffering? I can't answer that. Probably because you didn't pay your $4.99. Right back at it. I'm playing. You don't gotta wow me like that. Rude. This is best I can do. Weelu, you jerk. So judgmental. Alright, maybe I'm not playing. Wow. don't know what would cause individual buffering, but that's annoying to hear. Definitely not what I want to hear. Ooh, gotta poop. Just hit me like that. Can you even hear me, bro? Or is he just... I doubt he can hear me. I'm gonna test something for Brop. Brop, tell me if anything changes. Chat, translate for me. Do the hand thing. What? Oh, won't let me do that live anymore? I thought I could. Swap the bit or the resolution. Oops, I just turned my bitrate up, realizing it was super low. I was gonna try swapping the server I'm sending to just out of curiosity, see if it had any impact. But I can't do that live. I guess I have to be disconnected to do that. So. So you get nothing, is what I'm getting at. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, my computer is like on death's door. I'm gonna have to suck some of your peepees to get a new one. I'm hoping the cold weather will help, because I think it's starting to overheat. It is quite old and used hard. Less PP suck when it's cold? Nah, you can suck just as much PP in the cold. Computers? Fuck yeah, right. Get back here, green guy. I'll be right back, Chad. I'm gonna reboot the stream. I just want to test this because for the sake of testing it. I know it'll cost me viewers, but I don't care. I'm curious. Nothing? I was just more of a science experiment, because I feel like I had this issue for a while back once. And then haven't experienced it in a long time, which, by coincidence, I just happened to have a day where I was swapping servers around because I was lagging and blaming Twitch instead of my computer/internet. It's expensive for what it is, but I guess I'll take it. It's wave 11 already. Can I live? I think the knockback potential of this many weapons would be bonkers, but it's not enough. Rob, thank you for the gift sub. No, I'm good. Thanks. Schmoop me, daddy. Did I take a snake this round? I did. I should have took that. I don't think there's any unlocks besides just for winning with the character paper. I don't think. I'm not sure on that, though. I just do it all on 5 because it feels like the right choice once you unlock it. I've gotten to the point now where I feel like 5 is beatable and a nice, enjoyable difficulty. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Enjoyable my ass. This shit sucks. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so dead. I didn't pick up like half my good money. I do literally 0 damage. Excuse me, I need all this money. I didn't get it last time. I think I'm dying. I don't know, the audio breaks. 2 broke audio. 2 broke audio. don't think that's worth that price tag. Tyler. Strawman, thank you for 59 months. It's a great deal, honestly. Can't get shit for $5 these days. Except some dick in the evening. Quaza. Thank you for the 50 months. That's a lot of HP regen. Come on, Tyler. Aw, dude, weird ghost. I ain't afraid. TKLD, thank you for the tier 2 in the 88 months. It's a long time. Good to see you. Oh. That's how excited I was to see you. I went, oh. Rev Banger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ow, 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 ow. Your love hurts. Love hurts. Fuck my butthole. Sorry. It's really hard to play without audio, right? It confuses my poor brain. Love can really hurt. Bum, 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 bum. Fucking $40. Rev your boner? No, don't, because now I'm like picturing how that would look. Don't rev your boner. It's dangerous. Do you live for danger? Rev away, buddy. Twist that throttle. Money making. Oof. Richard. Yeah, they shoot. They still shoot. I missed that tree. I'm super upset. Won't miss any more trees. Oh, absolutely, dude. When you twist the throttle, you gotta make the revving up noise. Shift a couple gears in there too. Unless your penis goes vroom, like makes vroom noises, or just zooms off into the sunset on its own. Both, yeah. Did you know there's a song about you dingling? Oh my dingling. Oh my dingling. I want to play with my dingling. You should Google it. It's a classic banger. My mom taught me that song when I was far too young to know that song. Thanks, Mom. It didn't go over my head at all, no. Not at all. For my kindergarten talent show, my mom, she says she got these songs from Mad Magazine, but she's old, so it could have came from anywhere, but she taught me, you know the song, My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean? It was My Body is Covered in Lotion, because I've got poison ivy. I sung that in my kindergarten talent show. No, it's not a misheard lyric. It's a whole nother song. But it was like it was before Weird Al. A Weird Al version of My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. My body's as sore as can be. The flowers I gathered for Granny turned out to be poison ivy. See, I even remember it because it was scarring. Not the poison ivy, but the singing a song. I don't know how many burning turrets I'll actually have. It's useful kind of now, but misheard brown-eyed girl? Yeah, there's some really good comedy skits on misheard songs. I swore I picked up health, but I'm still at none. That's probably why. Ooh, I still have 16 fucking seconds? Christ. Green guy never died. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. Fuck you, game. I'll take garbage. Alright. That was fun. Jesus Christ. Nope. Didn't have a swing left. Pacifist? Yeah, he's not actually that bad. It's pretty easy once I've just figured it out. Oh, you went taser? I just did the just run away with the hands and never do nothing else. Why would you want to win with sticks when you could have 12 turrets? One of those two is actually fun. I don't know if I got any wins yet today. One maybe? No, I don't think I did. I think I just failed earlier. Wish this would have showed up earlier. In the other order. I shouldn't lock into the armory that early. I should just let it go. And it's actually expensive to get 12 weapons. Who'd have thought? Listen. I'm killing that fucking tree, with or without your permission. I guess. Oh, there's my regen turret. Are you good at Brotato? I just played a lot and I still suck, but maybe it'll be better for you. My luck. Rob, thank you. Owie. Money. Twitchy the Killer, thank you for the tier 1. My luck is back. It's a lot of wrenches. Hello, Thomas. Thomas. He's trying to kill me. Tommy. Someday I should probably worry about how I'm gonna survive. That sounds like a tomorrow problem. Today's today. More medical turrets. That's the... No way I survive 11, I don't think, with my current health armor situation. Damn, it's still 2 times bucks everywhere. Oh, something bumped me there afterwards. Boom, boom, boom. I didn't get one for 6 minutes, and there is a certain amount of hours streamed, yeah. That's the part that we were trying to discuss amongst ourselves publicly before the internet blew up on people like Goth and Baru for being big and making a lot. But yeah, mine's like 200 bucks for a minute of ads if I stream like 130 something hours next month, I think. Or I can do up to 3 minutes of ads. I'm not sure why I didn't get the 6-minute offer. I wouldn't have taken 6 minutes because like I'd just be bored out of my mind. That's per month, yeah. I mean, it pays a bill or whatever, so like... I think it's inevitable that we're all going to have to do it anyway, so might as well get used to it. God, this start blows. No, it's like 350 for 6 minutes. No, it's 208, 439. It's 1 minute, 208, 4 minutes, 439. I don't have a 6-minute option. I have it open here. But 4 minutes, right? Isn't that what I just said? I just read it out loud to you. 4 minutes, 439. Four minutes of ads per hour. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's too many. I just won't know what to do with myself. Not for, like, no. Like, I need the bucks, but I just would, it would make me incredibly uncomfortable. Maybe. Eventually they'll remove Twitch Turbo? Maybe. I think the bigger thing is they're going to remove these incentives. They're going to get us all super used to running ads and then remove the incentives. And then we will go back to the old days of ads, and everyone runs 6 minutes anyway. But the bad part of the whole conversation that streamers were trying to have is why the fuck are the hours random, as well as the pay is all over the charts. Because, like, I know my viewership is way lower than it used to be, but, like, comparing mine to my peers, it seems incredibly low. Because it wants to make a game out of it. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's actually probably not that deep. They're not. It's probably just they have some weird ass robot algorithm that fucking sucks. Yeah, it's apparently much worse for people who don't actively run ads now. Which is weird, because, like, isn't the point to get us to run ads? Those of us that don't. But yeah, they're, like, giving better to those that do. So that's kind of why I'm going to try it for a month with the 1 minute and see if it ends up with a reasonable offer. I mean, if it ends up being, like, $1,000 a month something, I just have to take it. Like, I'm on the verge of losing my goddamn house. I don't have a choice. And we'll just figure some way out of it. It's really automated and even has like an alert thing for it, so like I shouldn't miss a bunch of content, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's, like I said, the inevitable future of Twitch. Yeah, I knew it was that there. Yeah, that's another one that's weird because I think like people like Justin, for example, get crazy offers because he already normally streams like fucking 250 hours a month, which I get and also don't get because they shouldn't be encouraging that. Like, Justin's an adult and can do what he wants, but Amazon should be like, this isn't something we should encourage. We've already had issues with streamers like literally passing out on stream and shit. And yeah, but money. Yeah, but you could still. I mean, there's a difference, but they're still gonna do what they do without you incentivizing it. It's because you get into a liability issue thing there too, right? Not with Amazon. I mean, they're never gonna be. They are known for it, yeah. Like mine's a lot, but I've been streaming regularly again, so I'm hoping I can hit the numbers, and we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I know all that. It doesn't change the fact that the way it should be. And we are the people that have, like, the only chance of ever having a voice to complain, so. But unfortunately, all that got pushed under the rug because people wanted to get mad at Baru for turning down 40 grand. Somebody even tried to tell me, like, he should just do it and give it to charity. Like, what the fuck, man? How crazy entitled are you? Man should just work extra hours and consume his life to a contract for money he doesn't need so he can give it away. Hope that motherfucker works 4 jobs so he can give all the extra to charity. He's doing something with it based on the suite. Yeah, too bad, man. And the funny part is, I guarantee you he's right. It'll have an impact on his viewership, which will have an impact on his annual income. And he was already making a fortune. So, like, he could have just continued to stream in a way he enjoyed that gave better content to his viewers. But instead, people want to fucking shame him into making more money, which is asinine. Because it's like the opposite of what we tell streamers to do all the time, which is don't take work you don't want to do. Don't be a sellout. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, you're offered 40 grand? Why aren't you a sellout? And that's how everyone becomes a sellout in real life. I don't work in the advertising business, so I really can't comment on if or not they're good deals. I've seen a bunch of YouTubers chime in with like, I get paid $5 grand for 90 seconds to do a paid promotion, but paid promotions are very different than generalized advertising on YouTube. No one's making that kind of money for generalized advertisements on YouTube. The ads that run whether they want them to or not. It's just crazy to me that people like said, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're not selling out." I just cannot wrap my head around it. Cause like that's the definition of a sellout to me. If you do a bunch of sponsored streams because you need the fucking money to survive, you're just trying to make a goddamn living. You're just trying to get by, right? But when somebody genuinely doesn't need it and still does it anyway, knowing it's shit content, that's the worst sellout. And then they're gonna preach community. So he already runs 3 minutes, prop, due to his Twitch contract. Which is another part that people just ignored. Because he's still one of the few people that signed a legit exclusive Twitch contract. Yeah, he already runs 3 minutes an hour. And I'm sure there's already, like, that's the thing. There's already pay on the table for that too, right? So, I don't know. But whatever, he got peer pressured into it. Not my business, just sad that... It was the focus of the talk when the focus of the talk should have been, why the fuck are you telling people to stream 180 hours a month? Well, that's the weird part. Two people act like, oh my god, how can you say no? Baru's open with his sub count. He's had like over 20,000 subs for years. Dude's made enough money he never has to work again the rest of his life. He's legit could retire. And like, as last I knew, Baru has like no hobbies, no fucking crazy luxury life. He's not out eating Wagyu beef every night like half the other streamers I knew that make a third of the money he does. So oh wait, I'm not an engineer anymore. He lives in an apartment, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think he's like fucking committed to a home. I think he's got 2 apartments. Last I was told by my chat. Oh, did he finally buy houses here? It's just crazy to me though that people are like worried that I've always said it though. People are like super. I feel like they intentionally. Oh, I died. Intentionally have the blinders on to the income of their favorite broadcasters, because then they would feel weird about supporting them. Oh, way over that, Blake. I mean, 20,000 at even the low cut. He's still making 70 grand a month. Just in subs. That's at 20,000 even, which we know I know he's broke, and that's if he didn't get a better rate, which I highly doubt. Getting an exclusive contract, he didn't get a much better rate too. I would guess he's getting, yeah. And it's not to shame him for making the money. It's the idea that people were, how can you say no to more? Because he's got enough. That's what you want from human beings, isn't it? To stop. With all that's going on in the world with like crazy capitalism and one percenters, now all of a sudden here's the entirety of the internet going, make more. What are you doing saying no to money? Who cares how much it inconveniences you and your 10,000 viewers? How people donate to T-Pain? The part that blows me away is how a lot of those people are still really good at, like, acting super grateful. Maybe they're not acting, but that are, like, good at being super grateful for, like, $5 when they've got, like, 5 million in the bank. But I guess that's how they got there. Alright, I'll die. This fucking chunky boy is so slow. That its user base is growing up? Oh, it's definitely a problem for, I think, us old folks. Absolutely. I would agree with you 100%. I can't replace as fast as I lose anymore. And I think that is... I mean, I'll take responsibility for a big part of that, whatever, sure, I don't care. But I think a big part of that, too, is, like, I'm not the right generation for the new viewers that are coming in, you know? I've certainly lost more regular viewers in the last 9 years than, you know, my highest average ever was. Just due to aging out and growing up, and or even you don't want to call it growing up, whatever the case may be, burning out, getting old. It's the truth. Many people get there. Yeah, Rob, I'm on my 9-year anniversary is really, my 9 years of partnered is really soon. My 9-year anniversary was in August. But I don't feel like the average new viewer to Twitch are 30-something-year-old dads who want to hear about me talked about my kid, you know? I really don't like the hot tub jokes, man. I'm not one of those streamers. Don't think that's funny. It's never been a problem. Women on this site do not affect me or my business. Never have, never will. Any guy who says it does is lying and just angry because he can't get viewers on his own. And is looking for an easy excuse beyond I suck. I don't think those jokes are funny. I think they're bullshit and sexist as fuck. I know they're bullshit. 100% they're factually bullshit, and if you did 3 minutes of research just like every other bullshit lie on the internet, you could know it was bullshit too. Women have a much harder chance of success on Twitch than men. Just a fact. Always has been, hasn't changed. Hot tubs didn't fix it for them. Dude in a hot tub or in a kiddie pool full of mayo did better than any woman on Twitch the other day. It's never been the case. It's not a real thing. It's just sexist bullshit from angry dudes. And unfortunately, a bunch of streamers lean into it as well because they think it's funny, and I don't. I have a daughter who wants to stream on this platform, and I sure as fuck don't want her to do it with the current state of how people view it. That's my favorite part, because in the back of my mind I'm thinking the whole time there's like 6 dudes here saying fucking libtard while, you know, at me, muttering it to themselves at me. But the reality is it has everything to do with I have a kid who wants to stream. It's not politics at all. It's just is sexist bullshit. I mean, just look at the top 1,000 streams on Twitch and tell me how many women are in there. I bet in the top 1,000 streams, it's less than 10% are women. I haven't done this research in a long time, but I bet it's less than 10%. The Macho Man Randy Savage rap? Classic. How you doing, brother? Sorry I didn't get with you when you're here, but my life has been, you do know. You've had some of it too. Chaos and mess. Finally drug my head out of the gutter though, so hopefully I can keep it there. In my head, I always want to do things and see people, and then when the time comes, I bail, you know? I do think there is less gaming content on Twitch, but there is everywhere. It's not just Twitch. I mean, even some of the biggest gaming YouTubers. My daughter is an avid YouTube watcher, and a lot of the YouTube channels she started watching because they were gamers are now reaction content and IRL and ASMR and God knows what. Which it makes sense, you know? I think you're gonna see that shit rotate around regularly. The burnout is fucking real in this job, dude. And chasing the dollar, you know? I'd love to do reaction content. It sounds like fun. I won't, because it feels like the worst thing you can do morally in this industry, but it looks like tons of fun. And obviously, I have lots and lots of opinions to scream at the internet. Isn't that the same as any late night show? It's nothing new? You mean the, like, rotating content or the reaction? I think the rotating content, absolutely, is TV. We were just talking about this earlier with comedy and stuff. Like, I think we're due for a new swing of dumb comedy. It's been a while. Into a Coke Carnage retirement home. It's you know, it's been a fun ride, and I think, I mean, I'm not dead yet. I'm not gonna give up until I have to, and even then, I'll still probably do it because then it'll just be, you know, for fun. I don't want to die, but I did. Foreshadowing? Fuck, that's deep. But yeah, it's interesting to see how many of us old-timers are feeling like we don't belong anymore. Some of it, I think, is just like, Not really that things have changed that much. It's hard not to be set in your ways in this industry a bit too, because you don't know what's gonna cost you money. And like, what's worth investing time in. I hate feeling like I'm throwing other streamers in the bus, but one of my favorite examples of this is Lethal Frag in Pinball. He really wanted to do it, talk to his community about it. His community funded it, and then it flopped. And like, he tried and tried and tried to grow it to a point that it was successful, and it wasn't, and eventually had to drop it. And that one's like the perfect example of Twitch in a nutshell. Like, they paid for it and still didn't want it. He did as much research as he could by being like, hey guys, I'm gonna do this if you want, and want to pay for it. And then they still didn't fucking want the content, right? Like, and how much time does he invest in streaming at less profit than he could have made just doing what he did already? So I think a lot of us old guys, it's hard for us to try to make these drastic changes and then invest any time into them to see if they're going to work, because it can literally fucking kill us. Us being our streams, not us as in our human bodies. And I've explained this one to people too that don't understand. There's always been this like concept of streamers should just do what they want, play what they want, not worry about it, not worry about what the audience has to say. But the problem is it's not just our audiences. When I go to pitch myself to an advertiser or to a marketing company to get a sponsored deal, they want to see my metrics. If I took a week to play a game that I wanted to play that I knew would suck for me viewership-wise, that's going to be on my metrics for the next 60 days, depending on how far back. I've had companies ask for 90 days of metrics. Oh my God, get off of me. They won't. So, like, it's not just it sucks for a week. It sucks for 3 months, potentially, that I decided to take time and play this game for myself. There's no other weapon I want. And you can sit there with fucking 300 people in your chat telling you, yeah, let's play that game, and the minute you fucking boot it up the next day, fucking 80 of them show up. Like, you just can't... you can't rely on the vocal, because they're usually not the majority. The people that, like my H stream, for example, there used to be a stat that showed like active chatters, but I bet it's less than fucking 10% of the people here right now have actually spoke tonight. So if I took their word on what I should do next, it's not at all the popular opinion. Ouch. I went searching and I got punished. Man, that sucks. I shouldn't have done that. That part of the internet has been killing me for like the last year. The people that are exactly what I was just talking about. Like, just do what you want. Just fix it. As if when we say something like, I can't do something, chat's like, yes, you can, is the most irritating Twitch chat thing for me lately. It makes me want to just fucking scratch my eyes out and die. No is not an answer for the internet. They've always got a solution for you, even when you actively aren't looking for one. And they mean well. They mean well, so I try not to get like super mad at it, but it's just the one thing lately that really, yeah. Grinds my gears. Glither, thank you for the 9 months. Brop, thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot of games like that, man, that people just don't talk. It's me too, though. If I don't have anything to say... But it goes both ways. If chat doesn't inspire me to say shit, then they don't say shit, and then we end up just sitting here awkwardly in silence, 312 of us not speaking for 6 minutes. Which I don't hate. And it seems like those 311 other people are fine with it, so I ain't really bitching. We had like a raid earlier of like 50 people, and it was like the deadest moment for me and chat, and I loved it. It was just, here's 50 people, and now we're not gonna talk. And then the whole time I'm just thinking, and there they go. When I talk about dicks? Yeah, but it's usually because someone brings up dicks. If y'all would just bring up dicks more often. There's just so much to talk about on the topic of dicks. Big ones, small ones, bent ones, straight ones. Short ones, fat ones. The long, skinny anal dick. You know, there's just a lot of dicks out there. That movement speed's a real killer. No more gonzos. Conclusion? Now, I don't have any proof, Tommy, but I did plenty of Google research, and I couldn't find the dick on the Google. Which leads me... He also then went... He then disappeared from the public eye. Like, none of us saw him for weeks. Which leads me to believe it was, in fact, his dick. But I am glad to see, unlike his dick, he was out and about yesterday, I think? Or today? Yesterday or today? Showing his face. Why would I ask him? How the fuck would that ever be the correct answer? How did he act? I did see him myself. He acted fine and normal. I mean, I didn't directly have anything to do with it, so I don't know why he would act weird around me. I'm just not a shitty person. I wouldn't go up to a dude with a micro penis and be like, hey, dog, how about that dick? Yeah, he deleted the picture from his Facebook, so he clearly didn't want everyone to see it. If he'd left it on there, maybe I'd had a conversation with him. You missed what the story was? Friends from high school, his dad's Facebook story popped up with a picture of a micro penis, and then the whole town was debating if or not it was his, as was chat. I did the normal thing and searched through Google longer than I should have at pictures of micro penises, trying to find it, assuming that it was a prank. But if it was a prank, it would have been in like one of the first, pages of Google searches, I think. You wouldn't have, you didn't have to scroll through 35 pages with 17 different searches like I did, so. Legit micro. I'm not being mean. No, like a legit 100% medically diagnosed by me, a medical professional, micro penis. An acorn? Yeah. My research concluded that it wasn't from Google, so it's probably real. As did some old man who was like, oh yeah, that's his hernia. I can see it there in the picture. He showed me that the other day. Because there's no face in it, of course. I think it was like somebody, possibly his wife, mad at him. Or a really dumb old man mistake? I guess that's possible too. I like to believe that people are smart enough to not accidentally share their dick on their Facebook story, but I should put in a tastefully nude calendar. I mean, I would. Well, I live in a really small town, and he like sits on the town council, and he's lived here his whole life, went to high school here. He's a very well-known dude in a town of like 2,000 people, so I mean, sharing it on Facebook's a pretty fucking shitty whoopsie to make, because he's friends with like 800 of the 2,000 people that are in our town. No. No, fucking went and bounced off the top. God damn it. Why take the pick to begin? That is a good question. No, it's impossible, Dino. I mean, you're really downplaying when I tell. I mean, it's legitimately like a micro penis. If you haven't seen them, look them up. It's I got your nose. There ain't no amount of growth there. The amount of fucking, like, physically impossible. The amount of blood that man's heart would have to pump at his age, he'd fucking stroke out, have a fucking aneurysm. But I do like the ridiculous concepts beyond just like an old man fucked up. Or somebody did it out of anger. Like the two most logical explanations. Probably aren't it. What conspiracies do we got? Government birds. Hacked his cell phone. There's no way he thought it was big, because I've seen his sons, and his sons is like a stud. Which makes sense why he was always the dick to his son. His son was born with a bigger penis than him. I'd be mad at him too. Have you seen his sons? Because we were best friends in high school, and my friend group did a lot of dick sharing. really good for the confidence, honestly. Would recommend. No, I'm pretty sure micropenises, from my research, is like a fetal hormone issue. And not just bad genes. It's like a legitimate birth defect. Which also makes sense because he's got an incredibly high-pitched voice that everyone's always made fun of him for. Unlike his son, who's like a fucking deep, manly lumberjack type with a big dick. I did my research here, chat, which is why I keep telling you that it's like... I'm pretty confident it's just like a... It's not a crazy, wild conspiracy and just is an unfortunate mistake for that man. That may be all I needed to do right there was pick up the speed. I mean, there's a million reasons that the picture could have happened. I mean, he's married too, like, so she's obviously cool with it. It could have just been flirting, dude. Old people being dumb. I've seen that in many rom-coms. Somebody out there's accidentally emailed their sex tape to the office. I wish I was still friends with his son, because I would totally have fucking messaged him by now about it, but... We had like a really nasty falling out, unfortunately. I said mean things. Obsess over it? It's only, I would not have been obsessing over it if it weren't for the fact that I've known this guy since I was a kid. And and like, he shared it on the internet for everyone to see, including me. I never once thought about his dick before. I just assumed. Like father, like son, you know? I'll be greedy. It's never done me wrong. Oh, I didn't get rid of that rock. Whoops. And I don't think it's any weirder to be, like, still obsessive about dick size as we are anything else, like, looks related in life. Fuck me. God damn it, that speed. No, nothing. Just obsessing over strangers' dicks. You know, good question on the balls. Good question. Solid questions from chat. You know, now that I think about it, no. I would say it was the kit and the caboodle. They were proportionate, I would say. Didn't really think about it till now, I guess because they were proportionate. How do I like his politics? I have no idea. He tried to convince me to sit on or run for some position on the board because he wanted more youth, so that seems cool. But I actually have no idea what his opinions are. Yeah, they still function. Y'all haven't done nearly enough penis research in your life. You must be just well hung. I actually can't take that. Shouldn't have locked it. I am genuinely like grateful that I had a bunch of dude bros who were willing to just, you know, hetero compare dicks. It was a big confidence booster in high school. And that I didn't have a friend with like a micro penis, because that would have made it really hard to not just bully him into oblivion. Well, we weren't nice people in 2004 or whatever year it was. I mean, it depended on the day, Quest. I don't think we ever did a hard comparison. Definitely a hard dick got dropped out on the table once in a while. All in. That's what I was thinking. For some reason, poker. I need some speed so I don't die. Fuck, do I just take it? I think I do. Any speed I can get. You know, the national average dick size is like one thing. It's mildly useful information, but like having a good judge of the average dick size in your grade, I mean, that's really useful information. That's information you can put to good use out there on the mean streets of teenage hormones. Just saying. Y'all should have showed each other your dicks more often. It's a bonding experience. Are you kidding me? Tap, tap. Fucking character. Why you gotta be slow? Wait, what? Oh yeah, dicks, vaginas, all of it. They're fascinating for sure. You ever seen the Big Book of Vaginas? Oh wait, harvesting is broken on this character. Oops, my bad. The Big Book of Vaginas. It's just like a real guide to the wonderful world of vagina variety. It's still not worth it, but I took it. It's a monster. Yeah, it's a monster manual of vaginas. My friend, one of my friends growing up, I realize now his dad was just a fucking total pervert, but he had a room, let's just say a room, full of weird trinkets and baubles, including the Book of Vaginas, a Peter meter. That's probably where the dick comparing started. All kinds of like weird titty salt shakers and just, you know, generally horny stuff. Probably some JO crystals. I still see that guy once in a while. He was a nice dude. In Richard Hammer's story fashion, unfortunately, my friend became a terrible heroin addict and robbed him blind, but he was a nice dude. The dad, the horny dad, stepdad. Boy, the more I tell this story, I feel like I'm lucky to have escaped that without trauma. Epic. Thank you very much for the gift sub. They're all $4.99 bonus streams. He also was the world's greatest Easter egg hider ever to exist. Or he was just really good about, I don't know. Anyway, on Easter, he'd hide Easter eggs, each one containing a $2 bill. He had a weird fascination with $2 bills, too. All of them were visible, as Easter eggs have to be. And their house wasn't very big, maybe 1,000 square feet. And we would literally find Easter eggs all year long. As teenagers. He was exceptionally good at it. Do you think there are straight pubes? Yeah, I do. For sure. So that's a question. I think pubes, more pubes than not, are inherently straight. Or by what definition we would call straight, like straight hair, you know? Just because they get all kinky and stuff like that, I don't think curly is actually the norm, at least in my experience. Especially with not men. I don't know why I didn't say women, but it felt too sexual, so I said not men. They also have to achieve a length before they achieve a curl. To begin with. Like mine, anyway. And I feel like every pube I've seen of short length has to achieve a certain length to even begin to curl. But I think if you brushed your pubes regularly, like you do your hair, or even washed it and took as good a care of it as you do the hair on your head, that your pubes would be relatively straight. More people's pubes would be relatively straight than you're assuming here. I wouldn't even call mine curly. Kinky. That's just from years of being locked into pants prison, though. I think if I was a nudist, they'd probably be straight. Baked by the sun all day? Yeah, I spend a lot of time in the sun in the summer fishing. My dick would be like a microwaved hot dog. Plus, I couldn't put suntan lotion on my dick without rubbing one out. And that would just be exhausting. My first ever hand job was with suntan lotion, actually, and boy did it suck afterwards. It was like the old school... this probably still exists, but I don't feel like I smell it nearly as often as I did in the 90s. But like the old school, like... SPF 10 that you would wear in the tanning booth that smelled like fucking rum. I had a sweet pea hole burn after that. That story. I feel very immature telling like teenage handjob story, but you're gonna get the full. Maybe not the full story. Is it? Not the full story. It's a fucking bad full story, I guess. I feel like there'd be some long-term judgment from the full story. Experimenting with lose a child sucks, bad experiences. Oh yeah. Alright, so I don't know. I must have been 15. Anyway, I'm not going to tell the first part. The first part of the story just feels real scummy. But I was like 15. Is it still scummy when you're 15? I think so, probably. Now you really want to know? So we were out cruising around, me and a few friends. It's super bad. Not really. I don't know. It's bad now because I'm an adult. But we were out cruising around, a bunch of friends and I, and having no luck running into women. And like as a joke, I saw an attractive girl in a trailer park as we drove by, and I was like, there's one. And my buddy just turned around. Anyway, we ended up going to the beach and spending the day together, and But the funniest part of the story, the part of the story that's really wanted to tell was she asked me if I was a Boy Scout, which I now know what she meant. But at the time, I was just like, yeah. And didn't realize I just passed up sex until like later that night when my buddies were like, what the fuck, dude? You're an idiot. And I was like, but I am a Boy Scout. I mean, I am. Yeah. So instead, all I got was a hand job with sunscreen and a Bernie pee hole. She asked if I had a condom. That was a subtle way of asking if you have a condom. To which I just said yeah, then didn't present a condom. So didn't fuck. Devastating. At that age, that was all we cared about, was who was gonna get laid. That was all we did. Day in and day out. Maybe that's why I don't care anymore. I don't know. Not that we were getting laid, but it was all we cared about. We spent 99% of our brain power was focused on that one goal. Did I have one, though? Absolutely not. I just randomly met a girl in a trailer park that we drove by. Which feels super predatory to say out loud now. But at the time, we were... Like, 6 months later, she was pregnant to someone else, and I'm grateful I got out of that. She forgot to ask if he was a Boy Scout, apparently. Not the weirdest way I ever picked up a girl, though. I once traded some metalheads a baked potato for a cigarette and then left with their girl and a cigarette. Is my ultimate weirdest way I dated a girl. Should have married her because it would have made a great story for our children. The restaurant we were at forgot to give us give me my baked potato with my meal, and then like I'd already finished everything, and so had all my friends. And she's like, "Oh my god, do you still want your potato?" And I was like, "Nah, we're done." And my buddy's like, "No, just take it, dude." And I was like, "Okay." So I just wrapped a potato in a napkin and carried it around in my pocket, and then later got the bright idea to try to trade it for a cigarette. And I targeted the kids in the Slayer shirts because they're like, you know, they'd find it funny. They even took a bite out of the potato, which I was surprised. Miss being 16? I don't really, though. I miss the not having to worry about money and things like that. The obligations of adulthood. I have a conscience and stuff now. The shit I did then, I couldn't do today. Then I started just dating all the time. Then I was in a relationship from like 16 to whenever Kim left. This is the longest I've been out of a relationship since I was a kid. Did I tell them why? No, it's a definite no questions asked scenario. I also swung to them on a rope from the mast of a sailboat. Like a pirate. Offered them a potato for a cigarette. We used to love to do that because people would be more generous to give us cigarettes when we'd swing on a rope. Like street performers. I hope that guy and girl got back together. Because, you know, they seem good for each other. I think I'm gonna die. Yeah, we spent like every summer living, when we were teenagers, living on our friend's dad's micropenis, actually, his boat. Because it was a tourist town, so it was a little beach town on Lake Michigan, so it was tons of people there for the weekend that we could meet and party with, and we'd usually just try to like end up staying at their condos or wherever they were and eating their food because we had no money and no jobs, and we were just officially beach bums. Which isn't something you think about for a person from Michigan, but many a night sleeping on the beach. And we would go weeks at a time without going home. We'd get kicked off the boat regularly and then go back and then get kicked off and go back. And his dad would get mad at us and make us leave. And then we started working for this doctor who was rich but couldn't drive his own boat. So he'd have us like sail him and his rich friends around. And we'd stay on his boat once in a while. But his wife hated when we'd stay on his boat. She was like super weird. She'd throw away all the bedding every time we did. And like fancy ass bedding. If we used towels or anything, she threw them away. Didn't wash them. Which, we were dirty kids. I guess it kind of makes sense. But they also do that shit to my mother, who's like been their friend for 3 decades. Or as good of a... Oops, sorry. As good of a friend as she can be. They're like weird, very wealthy Lebanese people. And I don't know, man. They treat my mom like she is... lesser people. It's very weird. You win, Sleepy. We would just take some of it home when we'd see her throwing it away. Like, I got this awesome... I don't remember how much he said the down comforter was, but this giant, like, California King down comforter, real down comforter, dude. I had it for years and years and years till my wife made me throw it away because it was so nasty, but it was so nice. But they're very weird people. Like, my mom cleans their house for them. She used to be the medical assistant for the doctor. That's how we met him. But like, they still don't let her use their bath. They have like a set aside bathroom for her, and it very much feels like she is like the help. It's very weird. Claims to be her friend, but doesn't treat her that way. Yeah. And I don't know if that's a common thing. But they grew up like incredibly wealthy. He ended up buying us this tiny little, it was like a popsicle stand. I don't know. Think of the banana stand from Arrested Development. He ended up buying one of those for us to stay in because his wife would get so mad at us sleeping on the boat. But he wanted us up there for when he wanted to take the boat out. And we would sleep in that little tiny banana stand. Really, Kake? Is there really still that kind of... Because, like, I'm trying to teeter the races, like, the racist line without being ignorant and saying something stupid, you know? Because, like, I've seen pictures of where they grew up and, like, legitimately looks like palaces. Oh, you're not sure it was in Lebanon? Yeah. And, like, the way he treated us was always super strange, too. Like, he wouldn't pay us, and then randomly would be like, here's a few $100, go get me some Taco Bell. Keep the change. And it's, like, very weird. She's the one. They're the ones I always tell you. My mom is always. She's dirt poor, but she's always walking around in fucking like Gucci and Prada and Louis Vuitton and stuff like that because they're always giving her hand-me-down clothes. And I'm like, man, mom, you are gonna get robbed one day, and someone's gonna be so disappointed when they open up your fucking purse and there's like $8 and a breath mint. She can barely afford her house payment, but gardens and Uggs because they're just hand-me-down Uggs, you know? They're good gardening boots. And she feels guilty selling them because they're a gift from her friend. I'm like, they don't think of you that way, though. She had no idea how much any of it was worth for like years and years and years. Had no idea what any of the names were. Yeah, I know there was some shady business that went on that way too with my buddy that he ended up going to Lebanon and like working for him over there, and it got real shady, and he never told me the like full details beyond he got out of it before he was afraid he was gonna end up in trouble. But they were like fixing up boats that they bought all around the area and then shipping them back to the US using cheap Lebanese labor. Crazy how corrupt, like we were talking about earlier, with people who just continue to do whatever it takes to make more money when they already have an asinine amount of money. It was also $1,000 if we got in the driver's seat when a cop pulled him over for speeding. One health. Time to start worrying about survivability. It's only wave 9. Pistol's super strong, man. I think it is like the perfect damage to speed ratio with a bit of piercing. I haven't done a pistol exclusively. I usually incorporate some shotguns just because I like the way it feels, but I think the pistol is a very good gun. Probably just my favorite. The shotgun with the right build gets really crazy, but that's huge. We have big negative damage right now. Like the rocket launcher, though, I want to love it, but I've just never been able to make it not feel too slow. Feels so ineffective, and it always shoots off and hits the wrong targets. Yee. Yeah, I like shotgun a lot. It just falls off in the mid pretty bad without good range damage. And he definitely needs support because it's slow. Ron, thank you for the 33 years. Glad to have you. Appreciate it. Anytime you can be here. That's a couple of lemonades, ain't it? Just two? I thought it was more than that. I don't need you, Bean. I think Shredder is better than I gave it credits for, too. I want to try more with a Shredder. But I always get distracted by Rocket Launcher and ruin my build. All good, man. It happens. Been a while now. Been long enough. Truly for the best. Wish I would have realized it sooner, but you know, that's life. Boom, 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 boom. Not that she's a bad person or anything like that. Not in a mean way. I wish I would have realized it sooner, and it would have been better for both of us had I realized it sooner. I spent a long time probably being borderline. I don't know what the right term is, but being a bad without realizing it, trying to keep us together, knowing that it was not the right choice, just out of fear and insecurity and all that shit of like breaking up our family and thinking about the fear of not knowing how it would turn out, which is a hard realization that I was wrong. I don't know. Is that abusive? I don't know. Whatever it is, I definitely pushed to keep us together for a long time when she wanted out, and I shouldn't have. But thought I was doing what was right. Catalyst for my realization, which realizing that I was wrong. There's been a lot of realizations about our relationship. Um, fuck. I don't know. It's easy to look back at it and see the issues, right? It's easy to look back at a relationship and see the problems. And it's the way my brain works is I try to, I've got to try to figure everything out. I've got to try to solve everything. And that's why I have anxiety problems and stuff like that. Because when I can't solve things, I freak out. But like, I think about how she left this last time, and it was abrupt and unfair, and I was hurt and mad and blah 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 blah. But she also spent like 2 years saying she wanted to leave, and then we'd talk, and she'd begrudgingly agree to continue to try again, right? After I spent a lot of time trying to persuade her. So like, as much as I want to be mad at her for leaving in a shitty way that left me financially fucked and whatever, I guess the realizations come from taking the time to think about it with a level head and not just an emotional outlook, I didn't make the change. She left, so I never did make that decision. I probably never would have, man. Like, I just recently realized how much of it was just insecurities as a father. Like, when I look back at all my reasonings and all the excuses I made for why she should stay, the majority of it was just me being afraid to be a single dad. Me being afraid of a stepdad in those situations, thinking that would somehow fuck me up. I stopped trying. I mean, I tried until the last fucking minute, man. I tried until there wasn't an option to try anymore. And I should probably feel like, I don't know, embarrassed or something of that, but I'm not. I did. I fought tooth and nail. Yeah, I know it's nothing more than normal. I'm not. It's not a shame thing. I think it's important to talk about. I'm sure many other people have gone through something similar, maybe not quite as extreme, but whether they want to admit it or not. Are they still giving you shit? I mean, I still owe her money, Zev. No, they're not. She's not mad at me about it. I understand why she was heated in the moment. I would have been too. But no, we're good, dude. Like, her husband and I have no relationship, and I want to keep it that way. I haven't forgiven everything that's happened, and I don't plan to. I don't need to. I think it's okay to hold on to some anger. Or I guess I'm not angry anymore, but I'm not gonna forgive him. But like, we don't have any, we can both attend my daughter's birthday party and just not interact, right? He gives me my space when I'm there. I got no complaints on that. Maybe someday, because of his behavior since, I don't know, make an effort to have a friendship with him or something, but I doubt it. I think there's a line there and you can cross it where it just gets weird. There's a lot of like TikToks and stuff of like ex-wife and stepmom hanging out, and I don't know. I don't want to go disc golfing with my ex-wife's husband. Even if I didn't hate him. Yeah, I want to know that I'm wrong though, right? Like, I think you have to want to know that you fucked up. And a lot of people don't want that. But I do want to someday have a healthy, normal relationship, right? So seeing where you make those mistakes, or seeing the mistakes you made and things you don't want to do again. Totally platonic vision? No, I don't want any of that. But I don't want to get into the like why, but let's just say the dude was a prick through the whole separation with Kim and I, and I don't need to forgive him for that. We don't need to be friends. He's not, my daughter's okay with him. I know that my ex-wife is 100% in charge of the situation over there. That makes me very happy. I don't gotta worry that he's ever gonna affect my relationship with my daughter or with my ex-wife. That's all that matters to me. I don't need a friendship. And like, if there was ever a way we were gonna have a friendship, it's him doing the shit he's doing now, like I said, which is like at my daughter's birthday parties, he comes, but he, you know, he doesn't try to force his way into it. When, you know, when we're taking pictures, when we're blowing out candles, when we're opening presents and stuff, he gives me my space to be dad, and that's the nicest thing he can do to try to fix whatever relationship we're gonna have. On the less note, or on the less nice realizations I had as well, is either they end up staying together and they're very happy and that's good for my ex-wife, which is good for my daughter, or she tortures him for X amount of time until they eventually get divorced, and I get that joy as well. Like, it's a win-win for me. There's always going to be a little of that. I'm not I don't want to be freakishly nice or walked on. And the minute they get divorced, I'll be doing a short stint in jail for assault. Just as a heads up, I'll be taking a short vacation. Just a short one. Singular shotgun. Like a month, yeah. 30 to 90 days. boom, 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 boom. On the note of realizations, though, like, if you're trying to do any of it on your own forgiveness, I think the hardest part is recognizing where you fucked up and then not feeling like that's ever reciprocated. You really gotta dig deep to do it for yourself and not out of spite. You know what I mean? Which isn't easy, and I definitely still struggle with that one. I don't know, there's a... I don't remember I read once a thing on it, but like saying sorry, a lot of the times you're saying sorry for yourself and not for the person you're apologizing to. Which I never thought about until I read that. Or somebody told me that. Actually, yeah, I think... I don't know. No, meaning like I can find myself expecting the same realizations from her of where she was unfair or is currently being unfair and blah blah blah, right? You're saying sorry for getting caught. Kind of, or because you're hoping that they will say sorry as well. You're hoping you can change their opinion of the entire situation, right? It's not because you actually feel... It's not just because you feel bad, even if you do feel bad. It's because you want something in return. And that's really not what apologies are supposed to be. The only thing you should want in return from an apology is forgiveness, not a win. Not credit for coming to that realization, I guess. I grew up around addicts and stuff my whole life, so it's funny how much of that shit reminds me of hearing old men talk about AA and stuff. And yeah, a sorry should almost always be... I mean, beyond like I bumped into you unexpectedly in a grocery store, right? Or like fucking stood in your way for a second. An apology should always be an explanation of what I did wrong. And then an I'm sorry I did it, right? Not... A lot of times, sorries are not what we did wrong, but why we did wrong too, which can be really wrong, really fucked up as well. Like, here's why I did this. While that's the case in a lot of scenarios, a lot of things you do are hurt. Oh my God, really? I did that? I thought I could just plow through and pick it up and heal, but I had not enough health for that. What was I saying though? Well, a lot of the times people hurt each other, it is cause and effect. Justifying your actions is almost always no good as well. I don't know. Relationships are fucking tough and awful. And wonderful, I guess, supposedly. It's the rumor anyway. Yeah, which is a thing that happens a lot, Arcadian, sadly. Or not necessarily because you did this, but, well, you did this. So that shit's gross. I used to get a lot the I don't care if you're mad about this because I'm still mad about something we fought about 6 months ago. And that one, ugh. We talked about it 6 months ago. If you're still fucking mad, the conversation clearly wasn't over. Now you're bringing it back up 6 months later. What the fuck are you doing to me? And it wasn't the why they did it, is what I mean, as much as there's still, instead of just apologizing for what they did wrong, they're going to label off all the things you've done wrong as well. Not the reason why, but how dare you get mad at me for doing something wrong when here's the list of all the things you did. Forgiveness is a motherfucker, man. A hard thing for a lot of people. I shouldn't even say forgiveness. Moving on. It's so much easier to fucking... I mean, that's why I think the world is partly the way it is, too. Like, it's so much easier to remember the things we're mad about. Stay mad. To get caught up in negativity over positivity. I mean, like, even the simple shit, like I always say this one, my daughter doesn't remember, like, anything from Disneyland except the fact that her mom and dad forgot to buckle her on the way. Like, if that's like the perfect essence of humanity. Happiest place on earth, don't remember a goddamn thing. Mom and dad forgot to buckle me in, never gonna forget it. It is cute, but, like, also, I think it really does show the human condition a bit, man. Trauma sticks. And, like, that may not be a trauma, what normal people would consider a trauma, but at the time, for her, it was a huge blunder by her parents to forget to buckle her in. Like, a huge mistake. And clearly burning her, because it's not a story, you know, like, she remembers, we all have this, right? Stories in our head that, like, we say we remember it, but it's actually just our parents told us that fucking story so many times we remember what we've heard. We don't actually remember the fucking events as they unfolded. We remember the events as how they were explained to us time after time after time by our parents. Maybe everyone doesn't have these, but I have a lot of them. So that's not like this situation with the Disney thing. Like, she's the one who continues to bring it up and continues to remind everybody, oh yeah, my parents forgot to buckle me when we went to Disney. Oh no, it's not. I have that problem. Horrible. Or you might. Horrible. I'm not a very confident person deep down. So, I struggle with fucking jealousy and forgiveness. Or, forgiveness is a very vague term, but accepting apologies when I don't feel like they're genuine, you know? When I don't feel like there's a good reason for what happened. Moving on can be very difficult when you fuck me over. Trust, I guess. Trust issues. Which I blame on confidence. I'm not really sure, but I feel like they kind of go hand in hand. I don't give myself a lot of credit, so I don't know. That's my excuse anyway in my head of why I have these issues. I don't know also. But that's a hard assumption to make, you might, that somebody intentionally hurt you or not. Because even like my parents do things that I'm like, how the fuck do you not realize that, how, like, you know, not to get away from relationships, but like dating relationships, but like other just human being relationships. My parents do things all the time that I'm like, how the fuck do you not realize how bad that hurts? But the only way to continue to have a relationship with them is to assume that they did it accidentally. But that's where the bad brain comes into play, and you start doubting yourself and doubting their reasoning, right? I have a real issue with not being able to, like I said earlier, solve things, truly understand things. I want to know exactly how you feel, how this happened, and that, for a lot of people, that's not something they can explain or care to talk about. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Arm. It's just, how do you know if or not someone did something intentionally? You're still... I guess that would be where I definitely struggle with forgiveness and stuff like that, is when someone says it was an accident. I'm like, man, I don't know how you're fucking claiming that was an accident. It seems pretty... Because, like, a lot of the times when you accidentally hurt someone's feelings, it's because you didn't give a fuck enough about them to take 2 seconds to think about how this might make them feel. That's how I feel, anyway. Or that you're just a selfish enough person that you don't do that with people. You don't take 2 seconds to think, hey, man, you know what? That might hurt their feelings. Yeah, I mean, there are obvious examples of did it on purpose, cheating, things like that, you know. I think there are a lot of scenarios where, for me, it's hard for me to like believe you when you say that was an accident. Because to me, it just feels like you just didn't take the 10 seconds you needed to consider my feelings before you did X or Y. And you're gonna call that an accident when my dad called me the other day. For example, my dad called me the other day. My dad and I have had a really rocky year or two. Has not been good between us. So anyway, he calls me up. Do you want to take me and my girlfriend's kid fishing? And immediately I wanted to say no because, like, you know, I have a kid. Why not just you and I? It's always got to be something to do with whoever he's dating. But trying to be nice, trying to just, you know, I've had a lot of older friends telling me, you know, your dad's not going to be around forever. Just do your best kind of deal. I was like, sure, no problem. So I start giving off some ideas and telling him I got some stuff for kids. And he, oh, well, no. Her son's like 38. And I'm like, all right, whatever, fine, yeah, I'll take your girlfriend's son who's about my age fishing with you. Though you've never fucking asked to go with me. And then like a week goes by, I'm supposed to get a hold of him because I went camping, and I get back and, hey, we gonna go fishing? Oh no, her and I broke up. And like, in his mind, because we've had these fights, but in his mind, he won't see it, you know, he just won't get it. But, and my dad, like, goes through women way faster than I go through underwear. It's not even close to a good reference. I'm wearing underwear right now that are older than my child. Yeah, my dad was a drunk my whole childhood. No, a lot of my childhood. But he showed up when we needed him. My mom got all fucked up, remarried to an asshole, and me and my brother wanted out of my mom's house. So my dad got sober, and he raised us for years. Fucking started a business with us, and like he built a whole life for him and my brother off it, and like did a lot of great things when he got sober for us. But recently started drinking again. And it was one of those things where it was a secret from me. I knew it was happening, but he'd keep it away from me, he'd hide it from me. And so I'd show up a bit and I'd be around, and you know, he could hang, but the more and more he drinks, the less and less he's able to hide it from me. And now it's just to the point that every time I see him, he's got a beer in his hand, which means I'm leaving. Because I just can't support him drinking. He's got fucking a felony drunk driving. He's been told by doctors for decades it's gonna kill him. I can't support it. And we're to the point now that like everywhere he goes he's got a beer in his hand, so I can't really be around him, which is unfortunate. And I'm the asshole. No matter how many times I try to explain it to him, I'm the asshole. So it's tough, man. My dad is a huge role model in my life, and I know he doesn't believe it, but like, for better or worse, you know, role models don't always have to be positive. I say that all the time when I'm talking about my dad as my role model. You know, he made a lot of mistakes, but he fucking got his life together, and he did it for a great reason, which was us. Fuck me. For a long time. And I don't hate him for getting back into drinking, but I can't support it, right? I can't go over there and watch him do it to himself. I just can't. So it's been tough. Been a tough couple years. I don't wear them for 10 years straight. I mean, I've owned them for 10 years. I have a lucky pair of underwear that first of all, that I stole from a dude. So I don't even know how long he had them. And I've had them since I was like 15. So I'm 34. That's an old pair of underwear. Feels like watching him with away. Yeah, my dad, he hates when I talk about him, and I know he feels like I'm just throwing him under the bus, and I'm really not trying to, because I love him dearly, and like he is, in his own way, shown up for me when he has to, like said. I'm a pretty, when it comes to family, I'm a pretty lenient guy. And I do my best with every human being to see the good and the bad, even when it hurts, right? Like, so he's done a lot of good for me over the years. So yeah, he means a ton to me. So I try not to throw him under the bus, but he's struggling so bad with getting old. And then he got remarried to a young woman that didn't last for more than like a year. And that just drove him over the edge, dude. But I think he just wants to go out on his terms, and that's what it's gonna be. Which is unfortunate, because he has a granddaughter who loves him to death, and he spends very little time with her, even though she lives next door to him 3 days a week, and in the same town the other 3 days a week. There's 7 days in a week, but we alternate that 4th day. Yeah, that's how it feels, right, Erasmus? But I'm sure in his mind, that's the thing with human beings, right? I'm sure in his mind, the girlfriend's son was an excuse to ask me to go fishing. And then because he didn't need that excuse anymore, because he didn't need to kill two birds with one stone type deal, then he's gonna, I don't know, maybe I'm just making excuses for him, but I'm trying to justify how that action could be done in any way that isn't intentionally hurtful. And that might have been it too, as well, Quest. He may have realized there's no way I could spend a day on a boat and not drink. I mean, and yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. And unfortunately, when we try to talk, we just end up screaming at each other until one of us hangs up. The other day, this is the saddest. This is gonna be the saddest thing I've said on stream in a long time, but the other day, man, I called him up because I just needed to let him know how I felt, that he was hurting me, right? So we start off, and it's 2 seconds in, we're screaming at each other, and he gets quiet, and I just really unloaded, like, all of my feelings. And I was like, thanks so much for listening, Dad. And then, Dad? 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 And he hung up. I mean, I got it all out, dude. Like, tearful, heartfelt, got it all out. Did I feel better? No. No, man, because, like, that's the thing with a relationship to me. Understanding somebody else's feelings. If you want to have a relationship with somebody, you got to take the time to understand someone else's feelings. And otherwise, you're not. You're not trying to have a relationship with them. Telling them to just accept you for who they are, all that bullshit that people do and say, that's wrong. In my opinion, that's wrong. If you want to have a real, true relationship with another human being, you have to get to understand them. And if you're not willing to do that, then fucking I can't do it, you know? It doesn't mean I can't, like, associate with you or have a relationship with you, but we can't be as close as you think we are. If I mean, that's where I always joke about that, like, I don't have a lot of friends thing, because there's very few people I think out there that really understand me and my feelings and, like, give a fuck about me, you know? Want to get to know... You know, a friend to me is a lot more than just we hang out sometimes on the weekend. It's I want to make your fucking life better. I want to make you feel better, be better. Oh my god, I just didn't buy that ring. On fucking wave 7. And that's just, it's not a manly way of thinking, especially in the States. Probably, not just that in the States thing, honestly, but definitely here. It's just not a way of thinking, man. Like, and some people don't mind. Some people can just move through that, like, move through that hurt and not let it get to them, not let it bug them. I'm just not that type of person. I'm an emotional person. I care too much or whatever. I don't know. It's a me issue. But again, you're never going to get to know that if you don't take 10 seconds to listen to how I feel. Which means it's not going to work out. And I have had, people laugh at me for this one all the time, especially IRL when I say it, but I have had probably the world's greatest sounding board. Like, if I was going to write a self-help book, I would say get yourself an audience of 300 strangers to just lay it all out there, man. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Because, like, you get so much genuine feedback from strangers, good and bad, and really get to gauge your behavior and your thoughts. I don't know, man. It's so helpful for me. It's crazy. If I'm ashamed to say it to y'all, it's probably pretty fucking bad. Because you're strangers, and there's no repercussions for it. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about, obviously, doing, like, horrible, fucked up, regular streamer shit. But, like, just the way my my brain, my feelings and my emotions, that kind of stuff. If I can't air that with strangers, then man, it must be pretty fucking ouch. For the longest time in this stream, I would get a lot of messages from people who had parents that were addicts, and I would get a lot of messages from people who were addicts or who fucked up in their life. And because I used to always stress that, like, the bad shit, I can always find the positive. Fuck you, you stupid cunt. I can always find the positive from the bad. You know, I went to jail, and when I got out, my life completely changed and stuff like that. And like going through all that with chat, telling the bad story and then telling the what good came from it. And it has felt like for years now I didn't have the positive side of the story, you know, like with Kim leaving and stuff like that. But my relationship with Alice is obviously the positive side of that story. It's made me a fucking way better dad and a way more involved parent, and given me a relationship with my daughter I was afraid I'd never have. But it took a long time for me to... Well, thanks, Nick. And I wasn't trying to call people out to tell me that. I feel like I haven't been able to find the positive side of things in a long time either. So it's nice that I'm at a point. It's unfortunate that it took me so long to get to this point, but I feel like, and I like to continue to remind myself so I don't fall back in the gutter, but man, mentally I feel the best I've felt in a long time. But, which is funny because my life is probably in the worst position it's been since this all started, but like, I don't know, maybe I thrive on the chaos. I wish it wouldn't have taken so long. Because I know that it sucked for those of you that didn't know when I'd be live or if I'd be live again for a week at a time or days at a time. But I hope at least some of y'all have recognized I've never been able to keep a schedule, and that's not going to change. But I have been streaming as much as I can, and I hope people notice that. I'm trying to earn y'all's support back. Sorry that it took so long. And that it took a little bit of desperation. But again, back to those addicts, it always does take a little desperation to remind people. You know, one realization I had that helped a lot, that I haven't think I've said to chat? How fucking lucky I am. Not for the stream, but for having a kid that's amazing. I work a lot with the kids in her school. And man, my kid is healthy, smart. Again, to avoid accidentally saying something insensitive, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm very grateful. And it has... I haven't thought about that enough. Because, like, most kids kind of suck. I'm sure your kids are all great, chat, but, like, most kids kind of suck. And there's a lot more like health problems and mental disability and stuff that exists than holy shit than I realized. Knock on goddamn wood. She's incredible. Like, every parent says it, I know, dude, but like, she's incredible. And I have a very big, what do they call it? Group to compare her to. Because I'm a fucking cheer coach and a Girl Scout leader and volunteer at the school and... Yeah, big sample size. And she got through all this shit with her mom and I, like, way better than I did. She's an incredible kid, man. Proud of my role raising her like that? Yeah, like some. I mean, for sure. I think it goes back to what I was just talking about, though. I stand by what I've been saying the last few weeks about raising kids, man, especially when they become talking, thinking people. I still know nothing about babies, and anyone who likes babies is a fucking psychopath. But when it comes to, you know, they're human beings, taking the time to get to know their emotions and them to know yours and building a relationship, man. That's the key, I think, to being a good parent, is just having a good relationship with another human being. It's not rocket science. It's not in the punishments or the TV they watch or how much screen time they get. It's just having a healthy relationship with a human being. The rest falls into suits once you understand what they need, don't need, want, don't want. Well, she has a mother too, man. So, like, I don't want to take any extra credit because she has a mother too who, like, I'm always try very hard to be nice to Kim, but, like, I think she's accidentally a pretty decent mom when it comes to structure. However, if we would have had a kid that was needier or, you know, a higher difficulty, I don't know that she could have done it, man. And her and I actually had this conversation today. She has a stepson now that and I feel like the kid is actually really smart and really good, but he's different and he needs a different touch than Kim has to offer. I think Kim's parenting works well for our daughter by the grace of God or whatever. I don't believe in, but you know what some phrase. But yeah, she is very much struggling with her new stepson, and yeah, I get it. She's not a very adaptive parent. And she has a small sample size and incredibly high expectations. So she continues to put this kid on the same scale as Alice, which is just incredibly unfair to this kid. Well, the kid's going through a ton, man. And, like, I'm the emotional one, right? When Alice is going through a lot. And again, I don't ever want Kim to hear this shit and get mad at me, but, like, when Alice is going through a lot, it's usually I bring it up to Kim, and Kim says, well, you know, handle it, kind of. Or do what you want. And then I take the time to spend talking to her and trying to make sure it's good to go. And I'm the emotional one. And I think this kid needs a lot more of that in this. Unfortunately. Feel bad he's not even my kid, and I don't even like kid's dad, but I feel bad. He's had a tough couple years, man. His mom got locked up, so he went from living with his mom and grandparents for the last, like, 8 years to living with his dad and Kim and Alice. New school. Like, yeah, the kid should be a little shit. His life just got turned upside down. Yeah, man. Like, I don't think Kim would deny it. If she wouldn't want me to say it probably online, but I don't think Kim would deny it. That yeah, no, she's not a very adaptive person. She's getting better at it every day. And we talk about it all the time and still laugh about it. It's funny to see us both grow in ways that we fought about, now that we're not together and stuff like that, and we can find the humor in it. Because remember, we've been friends since we were 14 years old. So, been plenty of change. Oh my god, the double taps. Fuck! Just got bearded, baby. God. Will lack so much context. Yeah, I don't know a lot. I'm learning more, and I've been having to force to take classes and things like that, too, with my leadership roles in school and stuff. But, like, I think this kid definitely has some social development issues. He's and unfortunately, I don't think he's ever had anyone address it or even consider it as a possibility beyond he just has behavior problems. But I really think he just struggles with social cues and stuff like that. He's an incredibly close talker. Doesn't understand personal space and boundaries and eye contact and all kinds of, like, to me, signs that, he's just socially struggles. And to be put into, like, to have his world flipped upside down like that while socially, but being someone who struggles socially, I mean, yeah, it's a lot for the kid. And he reacts with temper tantrums. Doesn't seem that unusual to me. I rode the my parents got divorced thing into the grave when I was a kid, dude. I was an asshole to everybody, got in trouble all the time, and used it as an excuse. I don't know, maybe, Serene. I don't ever like to say that. I'm not educated enough to make those claims or anything like that, but maybe. I think it's a possibility. I got put in therapy when I was a kid and would never admit it when I was a kid, but holy fucking shit, was it some of the most beneficial times of my life growing up. And I wish more parents would consider the option for things that aren't, in their opinion, big deals, you know? Yeah, but unfortunately, that's where all the blame is going. Arcadian is on the parents, the previous people who were raising him, and I don't think that's fair either. Because like, there's clearly a lot going on in a kid's life. Every kid I know that has a lot going on in their life is gonna have some emotional swings, just like any adult. Didn't do anything for you, Omiki. I think I was very lucky to get a therapist to get lucky with a therapist, because I think therapy is like anything else, man. Like you can get a good therapist that works with you, or a fucking garbage mess. And I still don't necessarily believe that it's the solution for every problem or anything like that, but I'm an emotional person and didn't realize it or know how to talk about it until, honestly, 27, 28. Like, I didn't start to struggle with panic attacks and stuff until I was in my mid-20s. And even then, didn't want to really recognize what they were. Yeah, I agree. I think, oh, all right. Well, I paused to read that. Yeah, I would agree that I don't see how therapy can hurt, really, unless you get somebody who's, like, malpractice, you know? I think parents mostly are afraid, because I know this is the reason Kim and I argued about it when we were talking about Alice, is like, most parents are afraid that they're going to get told they're wrong and don't want to deal with that, which is sad. Yeah, or medication immediately. I probably should have tried, I don't remember what it was, ADD or ADHD, because I don't care to put enough thought into it anymore. But my mom was pretty against it when it was recommended to me, but maybe it's still a problem. Maybe it's still a big part of my laziness. I feel like I have a lot better control over it than when I was a kid. That's fucked, Spades. Yeah, you're close to my age, aren't you? There was definitely a window where it felt like... Yeah, I'm 34. There's definitely a window in my generation where it felt like half my friends just all of a sudden started taking Ritalin. But then by the time we were in like middle school, 80% of them had quit. Ah, I backed into it. This low health is such a motherfucker. Is that still an issue too? People taking... What was it? Not Ritalin. What was the new one? As speed? Because, man, that was really, really bad on Twitch for a while. Adderall. Is it still really bad? I don't like get out and about. There was definitely a while though where like it was fucking TwitchCon and stuff and PAX and stuff like that. It was like everybody's secret to success on stream, and it's like, Jesus, that's terrifying. I remember when someone told me it's just like a cup of coffee. It's just like having a cup of coffee before you stream. And I'm like, well, then why don't you just have the cup of coffee? Definitely not coffee. Yeah, no, definitely not. It's like, if it was, they'd just drink coffee. Because a cup of coffee is a fuck ton easier to get. Go to Starbucks and get one grande Adderall. Damn it. Stupid rocket launcher showing up. Balls in the corner. Balls in my face. What are you doing? It was a fucking Healy guy, and he just runs in a weird line. He was gonna hit me. I want to live. We're taking alien tongue. I don't remember which one that is. Nix, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Always grateful for a newbie. Oh, oh. You gotta be better than some of these old timers. Sorry, old timers. Sick of your shit. Not you, KJ. Nick, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Oh. Stop. I want that money out there, but I'll die. Oh my god, so much money. I feel like my trees are kind of a pain in the ass to kill with the explosions. That might make it easier. Landmines, those explode. Did we meet at PAX Prime? I'm so bad at remembering who I met. Was it a nice encounter? Did we touch? How'd I look? How was my hair? Did you draw me a penis? I don't remember what convention that was where I had people draw me a penis. People definitely touched my beard. I didn't mind. That never bugged me. strangers touching me, though. Never really been like a big... What? It doesn't bug me. Go ahead. You see me on the street, fucking, you know, slap that ass. I don't care. Cup? No, don't touch my balls. Nobody touches my balls. That's the only bit that's off limit. I'd rather you touch my eyeball than cup my testicles. Thank you. Dick, absolutely zero ball play hammer is what they call me on the mean streets of Michigan. I don't think I've ever trusted another... Nope, one time. I had one girlfriend that I trusted enough. But really, I was just young and dumb and naive and not brave enough to say no. But, sure, a little laser turret. But yeah, I don't think I've truly trusted a human being enough to be like, I'm gonna let you handle my balls. Got sensitive nuts, dude. Like one wrong move and I'm in agony. I don't want you fiddling with them. That's enough about my ball phobia, I guess. Don't touch my nuts. Twisted it and it died? Shut up. Do they have 100% piercing? I thought it was 85. I didn't buy it yet. Yeah, my little cousin, when he was like 5, got a nut twisted. And that was horrific agony wails from a child I never want to hear again. How do you manage that? I think just fiddling with his boy bits. Being a curious young toddler. I don't really remember. I was young myself. Oh yeah, minus 0%. Sweet, don't need it. I had to go to the ER. Jesus, dude. I had, so my sensitive ball, we're back to my sensitive balls. I had some infection-prone testicles where they had me on antibiotics for like 8 years. And it just made it so like I was pretty much always in a state of blue balls. Like a very mild state of blue balls where I just didn't want anything to ever touch them. It's a lot better now. I could probably finally accept ball play into my life. I'm finally like over it. Get regular STD checks. Well, I didn't believe blue balls was real. Got blue balls. Really, really bad. When, holy shit, that's not just a thing guys say to women so that they can come. Then got diagnosed with epididymitis, I believe it is. The technical legal term of infection balls. From maybe, possibly, probably, they didn't know for sure, but from like, you know, unchecked chlamydia. It's funny now. It's all over. So I had a girlfriend that she had like a what'd they call it? Not a positive, but not a negative, like an uncertain chlamydia test. So they just gave her antibiotics just in case. And so I also was supposed to get tested, but they wanted to stick like this Q-tip in my pee hole. This was before they could do it all with blood, and I chickened out and didn't do the test. First, she tells you to milk it like an udder. This is an old school STD test. You'd go into a little clinic and she'd say, milk it like an udder, and you'd kind of jerk off a little bit. And then they'd take this steel wool. It felt like steel wool. Let me touch it. It felt like steel wool. And like they wanted to rub the inside edge of your pee hole. And I'm like, my pee hole, look at it. It's incredibly, there's no way that you can't get that in there. This isn't, and I just left. Yeah, now they can just do it blood and urine and stuff. It's like super easy. Lucky y'all. I remember we went to school and the teacher asked if anyone did anything fun this weekend, and my best friend raised his hand and said, Richard got chlamydia. We were good to each other. Good friend group. He dead now? No, he's the one addicted to heroin. Actually, he's off it, I'm pretty sure. I've always liked this gun. No, I didn't always like this gun. I found it good the other day, though. I think a bunch of them is good. A bunch of the little gun is good. I don't like the rocket launchers still. I want bigger explosion size really bad. I've yet to get it with the little gun. I think it would be very fun. Oh, I thought you were dead. I do find it very hard to see with the explosions. You can turn them off, but then I wouldn't see them either, and that'd be sad. I want to see them. I just wish they weren't... I feel like the graphics should be below the enemy instead of on top of the enemy. Like, that seems like a... See, I thought he was dead because he whited out and disappeared. Why is the graphics stack so weird in this game? Like, your health bar is below the enemies? Doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get up in the morning with my daughter, so... Thank you all for what you do. It was fun talking tonight. Hitting those deep feels. Deep down feel goods, feel bads. Have some fun obtaining the STD. I don't remember the... I mean, I'm sure I did. Always have fun. But I don't remember the specific moment. No, there'd be no way I'd remember. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Thanks for being here. Have a lovely night. Be good to yourself. Be good to your friends. Lot of otter. Thanks for the 14 months. I'll be back tomorrow night. Yes, that's the plan. Alice has no school tomorrow, so no day stream most likely, unless Alice is just hanging out with a friend or something and I got nothing better to do with my life.